vote. And, we're hearing right now that in the Oz Fetterman race in Pennsylvania, it could be days before we know. And we've got to get to a place where people can, on both sides of the aisle, rely upon and know that they can find answers to where the votes are fairly quickly and not have to wait for another week or another month.
I want to bring Leon Jeter in on the conversation if we can. He's with Benedict College. He is in our studio as well tonight. You've been following the results this evening, Dr. Jeter. Any surprises that you've seen so far?
No, thank you. No real surprises, but I think the issues are clear is what the state of South Carolina and the country is concerned with when you're talking about inflation and the economy, and those kinds of things are very important. I think the voting reflects that, especially here in South Carolina, as what the governor's been doing for the state. But I think no real surprises at this point.
All right, we'll be hearing from you again a little bit later in the broadcast, guys. We'll be hearing from you as well. All right. Stay with us right here.
Thanks for joining us for this special report here on WLTX. The Associated Press now calling the race for Governor Henry McMaster, making him now the longest serving governor of South Carolina. Now, Joe Cunningham was hoping to upset the governor's hopes of becoming governor again, but it didn't work out like that. Now, still only 21% of precincts are reporting, but as you can see for yourself, South Carolina was voting for the current governor. At 75 years old, he will serve another 4 years along with his lieutenant governor as the governor of South Carolina. A lot of people talking about key issues to South Carolina voters, everything from women's rights, abortion rights, the economy became an issue, immigration reform. All of those things played into people voting for whichever governor they thought would lead the state best. We're going to start our team coverage with News 19's Kaylin Hagwood. She is with McMaster's camp as they have started their victory party.
That's right, Darcy. So far, the governor has not come out to speak yet. We actually heard from the Attorney General Alan Wilson and Congressman Joe Wilson as the congressman gave a victory speech ahead of his race actually being called. But yes, talking to the chairman, Drew McKissick, a little bit earlier today, the GOP chairman, he said that they were expecting this to be a red wave for South Carolina, including the governor's seat, including the state superintendent of education, which is another race that we're watching that has not been called yet. They're really expecting to have a big night tonight, and they said that the issues were going to be one of the biggest things that drove voters. He said that he was hopeful that the issues that the Republicans campaigned on would be issues that would really strike a chord with voters, including the economy and inflation. And the governor says that if he were to win, now he has a long political history, and if he were to win this race, as he is now projected to do, that he will continue to build on what he says has been successes of his career so far, including in economy, inflation, and with education here in the state of South Carolina. Darcy?
Kaylin, thank you so much. We've got our team coverage down in Charleston. That's where we find Peyton. She is with Cunningham's team, as they have not said anything about the race just yet. Not the Associated Press calling Governor McMaster as the winner, but we haven't heard anything from Cunningham yet.
No, that's right, Darcy. We have not heard from Cunningham yet. He's not actually been out at his own watch party yet. We've not seen any sign of him, but people who voted for him have been really excited. First, no matter what, they're out here partying and dancing the night away right now. It seems like every few minutes they'll call something over the head. The DJ will say something about the race. So we'll have all the details on the governor's race if you keep watching us here on WLTX. Reporting live in downtown Charleston, Peyton Lewis, News 19 WLTX.
Peyton, thank you so much. As she just mentioned, no concession speech yet from the Cunningham camp, but we're going to continue to follow the races not only on air, but also online at WLTX.com and on our News 19 mobile app. We're going to wrap things up here online, but on air, but we're going to continue with our evaluation of the races online with our insiders. JR?
All right, Darcy, thank you so very much. Yeah, our State House insiders are with us right now. We have Jim Felder, our Democrat strategist, and we have Dave Wilson, our Republican strategist. All right, so Henry McMaster projected to be the winner in South Carolina again. Dave, what was the biggest issue for voters as they went to the polls today?
It is the economy. I think when you take a look at where you see what inflation is like, where you see gas prices have been, I think also people have recognized the successes that we have seen in South Carolina. And it's, why in the world do we want to change horses in the middle of the race right now? Because we're seeing the growth that's taking place and the recovery that's come out of the pandemic. It's been a slow recovery, as we talked about last night on the air, Jim. Yeah. But I think that you're seeing that coming up. And I think that the messaging that people saw was, listen, we've got a governor who's done some successful things. Why are we wanting to switch right now?
But when it comes to that messaging, Jim, did the Democrats have the wrong message when it came to the race for governor? Cunningham wanted to legalize sports betting, I believe, and cut the state income tax and do a number of other things. What happened?
Those are all good issues, but I must agree with Dave on the economy. When bread goes up as it did, groceries goes up, and even gasoline went up, but it came down, but it was too late to claim that. So messaging was it. And McMaster stayed right on the economy And while I like some of the ideas that Joe came up with, get sports betting, I don't know about the marijuana piece, but he needed to focus more on the economy.
I want to bring in Dr. Leon Jeter as well with Benedict College as well. We're talking about all these issues, Leon, about what drove them to the polls today. What do you believe drove voters to the poll today? What issue? What main issue?
Okay, good question. I think one of the major things that we know that South Carolina is a solid Republican state, and so therefore those Republicans came out for their Republican governor. But even more so, as was said earlier, I think Governor McMaster has some successes during this time. He did increase teachers' pay. He has brought industry to the state of South Carolina. He talks about jobs. He's funded the technical college. So the things that he said he was going to do, he has done. So I think that was definitely a motivator for his constituents to come out and to support him as far as this election is concerned this time.
It's been 2006, Dr. Jeter, since a Democrat has held statewide office in South Carolina. What would your advice be to Democrats moving forward with other elections down the road?
Well, I think it's going to be very important to pretty much talk about the same issues, but the idea is to do a little bit more. We understand that the economy it impacts everyone in the state of South Carolina. We understand that education impacts everyone in South Carolina as well. So from a Democratic standpoint of view, it's really important to get out and let that be known that how you're going to achieve successes in those areas or build on to what we've been doing already in the state of South Carolina when it comes to bringing in industry into the low country, rural parts of the South, broadband, those kinds of things that speak to jobs and families is very important, especially from a Democratic standpoint of view and how we're going to get there. So I think it's very important for leadership to look at what has been done and to evaluate how do we get there. But I definitely believe it begins with industry, it begins with education, it begins with bringing communities together and leveraging young leadership in the state of South Carolina to motivate all in South Carolina from a Democratic standpoint of view.
And Jim and Dave, just to bring you real quick, hold on, I believe Lisa Ellis is speaking, the Democratic candidate for state education superintendent. Let's listen in real quick if she's speaking.
And just to know that the work that y'all have done, the fighting that you have done to get our platform and our message out has been just so humbling to have your support. And I'm so grateful to all of you. And I'm so grateful that you're here tonight celebrating the end of this journey, whichever way it goes. I'm so deeply thankful and grateful to all of you. So thank you so much for coming and being a part of this.
That was Lisa Ellis saying whichever way this goes. Right now she is down to Ellen Weaver by 10 percentage points, 54 to 44%, so she's addressing supporters this evening. I want to go back to a little bit about what Dr. Jeter was talking about, the messaging by Democrats, because it's interesting. 6th District Congressman, House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn also basically tonight saying, guys, that Democrats need to re-examine things and come up with some sort of message down the road. Jim, is that what you understood that?
I agree fully. And the issue that Joe Cunningham did not deal with was health care, which is a big issue in the state, and Medicaid, which we need so badly. But somehow that just fell off the stage. So we need to go back and look at that real hard.
I think June 24th came along when the Dobbs decision came down at the Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade. That was a moment that I think a lot of Democrats hooked onto and thought, we can ride this all the way through to November. And it had a bump. It had a bump in what happened, in the messaging that took place. It did a lot to drive a lot of people to register to vote. But I think that message in and of itself was not enough to sustain the direction and the entirety of the rest of the campaign, because it then turned into we're going to eliminate the state income tax. Well, how in the world are you going to fund state government if you don't have part of that in place? You know, according to the way that we currently fund it, we want to put in sports betting. We want to legalize marijuana so that we could fix our road and pay teachers. I mean, it's the Joe Cunningham ad that was repeated 7 different ways in 7 different ads, but that was his messaging that just didn't resonate with voters.
Didn't do enough of a ground game either. There was not enough effort put into local elected officials, pushing them to push their people out. The ground game was just off.
Well, I think Joe Cunningham had one other issue. is that nobody there, I don't think, took into account the fact that 1/3 of registered voters in South Carolina is over the age of 62.
Yeah.
And he made age limits an issue. And I say that with all deference and respect to my colleague here tonight, we're a little bit of a different generation. But when you look at that, to really turn around and say, hey, listen, if you're over 62, if you got gray hair, maybe it's time for you to get out. And I think he tried to appeal to a young audience that way, but young voters don't necessarily show up.
That was part of his downfall. No question about that. So there we are.
And so it goes. That's election night in South Carolina. And I don't think it's any surprise, JR. I think it's what the McMaster camp thought. I mean, you take a look at it right now. You got 26.3%, and McMaster's lead is just going to continue to grow. You could very easily, by the time the night is over, it's going to easily be a 57-43 split, and Henry McMaster is going to come in and take the rest of that, and the rest of the state's going to go with it.
Jim, I've covered a number of governor's races since I've been here, my 30-some-odd years here at the TV station. To me, again, this race, I don't know how to pinpoint it. I've seen some races in the past that have been a bit more lively. Let's put it that way.
All right. It was like the turtle and the hare, I guess you might say this race was. Yes, I agree with you. I witnessed more exciting races than this one was. A lot of folks say, well, is there an election going on here? Didn't hear enough from the candidate. It wasn't live. You didn't see any sparks flying. And so people just kind of tuned out.
And we kind of saw that with the primary, too. I mean, there was not the turnout for the primary when 5 out of 6 registered voters in South Carolina don't show up for the primary.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, maybe I'll be there, maybe I won't. I don't know what the total numbers are going to look like if we're going to break 50% in voter turnout. I hope we do, because this is democracy in action.
Yeah. I think we'll break the 50% this time. That's what's pleasing about this whole thing,
Right.
the turnout, which exceeded what we've done in off-year elections in the past. But we still got to do more grassroots, more community organizing, more voter education, information.
I think that's where the last election cycle, when you had Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham, with war chests that were in the 3-digit millions, I think that was money that got poured back into the parties, which got poured down into the local communities, and we saw it.
Yeah.
It was not necessarily the lively debate because we were in the middle of COVID as well. But I think when you have that kind of investment that comes from those national and a real debate that happens at that level, it has a trickle-down effect to really affect what happens down to the local level. Where it's really going to come into play, JR and Jim, is I think when we start seeing how many House seats in the South Carolina House get challenged and flipped. Right now, it's like 80 Republicans and I've got the number and 43 Democrats. One seat is vacant right now.
Well, Jimmy just said recently, Jimmy Harrison did
Right.
earlier today, that they did not put enough money last time around on the ground. This time around, they said the Democratic Party is tripling the amount they're doing for local organizing and grassroots, and that's why you're seeing some of these races more contested now across the country.
Right.
You got to focus on the local community.
It's where people show up to vote.
All right, we're going to have another on-air update on News 19 at 9:25, and we'll have more online discussion immediately following as these national races continue to unfold tonight. Guys, I want you guys to weigh in here in just a few moments back here on this platform about what we're seeing across the country, but that's coming up a little bit later, and we'll also be joined again by Dr. Leon Jeter with Benedict College. All right, stay with us on News 19 WLTX, WLTX.com throughout the evening for complete election coverage. All right, welcome back to News 19's continuing coverage of Election 2022. I'm J.R. Berry in Studio B with our insiders. We'll speak with them in just a few moments. Darcy's in studio, though, with more of what's going on.
JR, thank you so much. You can tell from the graphic behind us that things look good for incumbent Governor Henry McMaster as he retains his seat as the 117th governor of the state of South Carolina. Joe Cunningham, the former 1st Congressional District representative, hoping to unseat the governor today, but that didn't happen. And then Bruce Reeves, the Libertarian candidate who was a former NFL player, a pastor, he has a small following. More than 7,500 people showed up to vote for Bruce Reeves. But again, the Associated Press calling this race about an hour ago for Henry McMaster. Our team coverage starts now with News 19's Kaylin Hagwood. She is at Governor McMaster's camp, which is now a victory party, as we await to hear from the governor tonight.
That's right, Darcy. We're expecting to hear from the governor shortly. They say that he will be arriving soon, and he is in a great mood, certainly feeling excited after the AP called this race for him. Now, I have the chairman of the GOP, Drew McKissick, here, who was hoping for a great night. To talk to him a little bit earlier. How are you feeling now?
Fantastic. We're having a great night all across the state. We're actually performing ahead of 2020 in some places, which is fantastic for a midterm cycle. We're looking to see the best returns for Republicans in a midterm cycle in the history of the party, quite frankly.
And so if the Republicans are to continue to have these wins, talk to me about what you guys are hoping to do as you move forward with the state.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, we'll be doing more of what got us here. Again, we've had incredible growth all around the state. We're winning tonight in places we haven't won in 140 years, quite frankly. So that tells me we double down with the message that has been successful, that's resonated with people, it's relevant to people, and then we keep doing the things that we do to get our vote out. If we keep doing that, we'll keep being successful.
The state superintendent of education's race has not been called yet. Republican Ellen Weaver running in that race. Your thoughts?
I think we're going to have a good night there with Ellen's race, too. So, I mean, it will be a little bit tighter than the governor's race, but I don't think by much.
Do you feel that she's at a disadvantage because she doesn't have that teaching background?
No, I don't. I don't think that. I mean, that's all that the Democrats could really try to hang their hat on to make into an issue. We know by experience up in Virginia, even a year ago, we saw the education issue turn a blue state red. It helped us flip a governor's seat, an attorney general seat, and lieutenant governor's seat. People care about what's going on in education. They care about having choice and opportunities for parents where their children are educated, and Ellen speaks to that, and I think that message resonates.
What's your message from the Republican side to Democrats who voted tonight, maybe not so happy?
Well, look, again, I think our message is relevant. I think they'll see that. And at the end of the day, there's some people maybe that you just can't get through to.
Final thoughts. Have you had an opportunity to speak with the governor? How's he feeling?
Oh, I think he's feeling confident. I mean, obviously, we saw how early Fox News and a couple of other outfits called the race at about 5 minutes after 7. So he's feeling good.
All right, thank you so much. The governor coming up to speak now, and the lieutenant governor. Let's listen in.
Wow, what a great night. Well, it's been an amazing journey. 7 days on the road, 19 stops on a bus tour, and I am so proud to be standing here to celebrate being your lieutenant governor for 4 more years. Thank you for coming here tonight, for everybody that's at home watching. We couldn't have done it without you. I'm grateful for everyone. Do we ever get tired of losing or tired of in South Carolina? Never get tired of winning. Governor, I want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to work alongside of you as your lieutenant governor. You're my mentor and you're my friend, and I will be forever grateful. To our unbelievable supporters, which there are way too many to name, thank you for giving of your time and your talents and your treasures. You made all the difference. And to our amazing campaign team, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. As I stand here, I'm grateful for so many things. As a woman of faith, I thank God who has always dreamed a bigger dream for me than I could dream for myself. He opened doors for tremendous opportunities over the last 4 years, and he's put the right people next to me to help me in this great journey. I am blessed to have a wonderful family. I'm thankful to my husband, David, who has really put in countless hours at home, been on the road with me for 4 years, and has been amazing on this campaign. I'm thankful for my amazing children, Amanda, Joey, and Jackson. Jackson, you've grown into such a great young man, and you always have your mom's back. Joey, you are always there whenever you can to support me on the trail, making me laugh all the way. And Amanda, thank you for moving back to our great state of South Carolina, getting into law school and jumping on the campaign trail every chance you could do it. I'm thankful to my mother, Jenny, who is 94 years young. She has taught me everything. She has made my life what it is today, and I couldn't be here without her, her love and support and wisdom that she has given me through the years. To my brothers, you made me tough and you keep me humble. Thank you so much for being here tonight. To friends and family here and watching from home, I couldn't have done it without you. And finally, to my father, I know you're looking down from heaven, and I hope you're proud. I promise to continue to do what you've always taught us, to work hard and to aim high and to always do better. We know that this race was all about freedom. Freedom, that's something that Governor McMaster and I will work tirelessly for in the next 4 years. Freedom so that here in South Carolina, you can do what you need to do in your businesses, in your homes, and in our schools. We are a proud military state, and we stand for our law enforcement. This is the freedom that we choose to fight for every day. We are forever grateful for our veterans and our law enforcement for the daily sacrifices you make. What you do, your bravery and your selflessness never goes unnoticed. As I've said from day one, it is the people of this great state that hold the power and for whom we work. So for as long as I serve this state and its people, I promise to never lose sight of that fact. The future of South Carolina is incredibly bright. And alongside the governor, we will keep our state winning for years to come. Thank you all. Thank you to all the voters who came out today in record numbers. May God bless you. May God bless the great state of South Carolina. And may God bless America. Thank you all, South Carolina, for a great win tonight. And with that, I have the honor of bringing to the stage my friend, my governor, and your governor for the next 4 years, Governor Henry McMaster.
Okay, then. Peggy Jane. Everybody happy? This is a big night. This is a big day. This is a great state. It's getting better all the time. As y'all know, this is daughter number one, Mary Rogers. This is her husband, Sam, producer of a brand new South Carolinian named James Dog, and he's 4.5 months old right now. This is the Mama Rabbit, started it all right there. Peggy Jean picked out myself from Spartanburg. Peggy Jean. Henry D. and his wife, Virginia, not here. They got an even newer baby at home, Margot Gray. She's just a little over a month, but she could be here before long. Y'all, this is a great night. We made a lot of progress, and I want to thank you. There's too many people to thank. So I just want to thank everybody who participated. Everybody who worked in this campaign. It was a great campaign. We're on the bus, 19 different stops on the battle bus. Y'all, it's a thrill to go around this state and to see the people of the state, see the hope in their eyes, the thrill, excuse me, that they have about the future. It is all about the future of South Carolina. And everybody knows that South Carolina is the best place in the whole world to live, work, and raise a family and to grow up. And that's what it's about. It's about our children. It's about the future. It's about what we're going to do for them. And ladies and gentlemen, we're on a good track right now. South Carolina's booming, and we're going to keep on booming. We're going to keep on booming. Boom. Just a few things. We're working. We're getting even better. As you may have heard, this year so far, and the year's not over, We got $5 billion in capital investment from people outside coming into South Carolina. That is a record. We've never done that before. That's because they want to come here and hire the people of South Carolina. They want to invest in the state, in the people of South Carolina to do their work. $5 billion. Because of that, so much money is coming in. We were able to cut taxes. We've cut income taxes, the largest income tax in the history of our state, largest cut, and we will keep on cutting. In addition, we've eliminated income tax on the retirement pay for our veterans. Our veterans are great people. We want more of them. This is a military state. They make us stronger. We also have cut taxes on small businesses, on unemployment insurance. That's going down. Everything is getting better. What are we doing with that money? We are wisely investing in the right things. We're investing in our people. There's not a child in South Carolina that can't go to kindergarten at 4 years old if they want to, whether they have the money or not, because we're going to pay for it. If you want to go to technical college and get one of the best education and training in the whole world, in our system of 16, the best in the whole world, we got $79 million in scholarships waiting on you right now. You want to go to college, 4-year college, we've frozen tuition, and also we have quadruple scholarships for those going to those colleges. We're going to invest in our people. We're going to invest in our infrastructure. We're putting $2 billion into roads, putting $1 billion into water and sewer, putting $400 million in broadband, and that's just the beginning. We're going to keep on going because we're dependent on the people of South Carolina. They are the greatest in the whole world, and everybody knows it. So when we're doing all that, I just want to remind everyone that we must remember that we live in a most precious environment. Our natural environment is second to none. There's nothing like it, and that's why we have a new Office of Resilience. For the first time, we're going to be sure to take care of our precious natural treasures. So ladies and gentlemen, it's getting better and better. So in the words of Bonnie Raitt, we got some more years to go. We got more work to do. So let's give them something to talk about. That's what she said. And remember this, we thought the last few years were good. You just wait till the next, because there's going to be more and more. And like that famous philosopher, Tim McGraw, said, also a country western singer, I like it, I love it, I want some more of it. Thank you.
All right, that is Governor Henry McMaster with his victory speech tonight, quoting Tim McGraw and Bonnie Raitt, two singer-songwriters back-to-back there. The governor elected to another 4-year term. After he serves 2 of those 4 years, he will become the longest-serving governor in the state of South Carolina. Of course, governors can only be elected to 2 consecutive 4-year terms, but McMaster, as you recall, took over the last 2 years of Nikki Haley's term when she was tapped U.S. ambassador under the Trump administration. Our insiders are with us in studio now. We want to check in with them and find out their reaction to everything we've just heard. I want to also let our viewers know online we're expecting to hear from Joe Cunningham, a concession speech from him in just a few moments. If that happens, we'll bring it to you. But Dave, Governor's saying all the right things again tonight?
It's been very interesting because the governor and the lieutenant governor were on a 19-city tour over the last 6 days. Henry McMaster had that speech memorized because he knew it was not going to be a concession speech. So he knew exactly what he was going to say. It's all about it for him. It's all about the economy. It's all about education. It's about the environment. And the message resonated really well, and the voters have turned out for Henry McMaster.
Well, that was the campaign speech. The campaign is over. I would have thought he would have gone a little different, thanking other folk, but he just made the same speech that you said he'd memorized through the time. But Henry will go down in history, as you indicate, as the longest-serving governor in South Carolina, and so that's a landmark for him.
Dr. Leon Jeter, he is with Benedict College. He is in our studio as well this evening. Want to bring him in on the conversation. It has been a while, Dr. Jeter, since South Carolina has elected a Democrat governor in the state of South Carolina. I believe Jim Hodges was the last one elected back in the 90s. What would your advice or what would your thoughts be as far as moving forward with the Democrat Party as they try to get back in the game, so to say?
Well, I think it's very important when you look at what Governor McMaster has said he's done. as far as bringing industry to the state of South Carolina, going out there on the grassroots level, talking to local communities, jobs, education. From a Democratic standpoint of view, as I said earlier, it's important to get voters, touch the community, show how South Carolina can continue to grow. It's not that the Republican Party has done anything incorrect. It's the idea, how do we take what they've done and build on that, but also to reach those rural communities, those low-income communities, those folks who may be disenfranchised. From a Democratic standpoint of view, how do we get to them? And we got to go to them. We got to go to the churches. We got to go to the communities. We got to be present 365. We just can't come around only during election time and make promises, and promises aren't kept. And that's why you saw right now the governor, he kept his promises, and therefore his constituents came out to vote. And that's what the challenge really is for any Democrat who's going to run here in the state of South Carolina in the future. It's what have you done, but it's what are you going to continue to do, especially when it comes to jobs, education, and industry and healthcare and things like that. So it is an uphill battle for the Democrats in the state, but it can be done with the right leadership, with the right energy, and with what the goals in mind. What are we really trying to do here for a state, for our people in this state, from healthcare to Medicaid, Medicare, those kinds of things as well. That's important. I think from a Democratic standpoint of view, that's what they need to do, and look in the mirror and say, for the next cycle, we need to do something different.
All right, Dr. Jeter, thank you so very much. Dave, I saw you nodding your head. Hold on to those thoughts, because we're going to wrap things up here on WLTX, but we're going to continue the conversation on WLTX.com, our Facebook page, social media. Switch over right now if you'd like to hear that conversation continue. We'll be back here on the air on WLTX with another update coming up in just a few moments.
Continue our election 2022 coverage. Thank you so much for sticking with us online. As JR mentioned just a moment ago, we're on air, we're online, we're on the WLTX app. One of the critical and crucial elements when it came to campaigning for all of the candidates has been their presence online, their reach on social media, and their desire to find a electorate, a group of voters who they may not have been able to appeal to in any other way than finding them online. That takes us to the Insights Lab, and that's where we find News 19's Walker Lawson on the University of South Carolina's campus, where they are analyzing the numbers and seeing exactly the role that social media and online activity has played for these candidates. Walker.
Well, that's right, Darcy. We have some awesome gigs here at the USC Social Media Insight Lab, and we have Saint, our social media expert, here with me today. So I'm first, before we show all these words, what is on this board behind us, and how are you guys tracking this information?
Okay, so we've been tracking the election based in South Carolina specifically since about 7 a.m. this morning. And you'll see behind me a word cloud that has the main trending topics and keywords that we've seen in conversations. So down below, you'll see it's color-coded. We've been looking at hashtags, different locations in South Carolina, what voters are saying, how they're feeling, and what they've been talking about online.
Now, earlier today, we saw people talking about the polls and going out, what their experiences were like. What did you guys see?
Yeah, so we noticed that a lot of people had really positive experience at the polls. We didn't see a lot of mentions about long lines or difficulty voting, so it seemed that the voting process for voters this year went pretty smoothly.
Perfect. And now also to mention, a couple hours ago, a lot of Joe Cunningham was trending on this board. We've now seen a shift. Kind of explain that shift and how social media changed throughout this day today.
Okay, yeah, so earlier in the day, before any results were out, we saw a lot about Joe Cunningham and the Democratic Party, and that's obviously not reflective of what happens as the polls, because now the conversation has turned to the re-election of Tim Scott, Governor McMaster, and kind of talking about the predictions of what the other candidates will happen.
Awesome. Well, some great information here at the USC Insights Lab. Again, we're going to continue to track it throughout the night as we learn more about the results. Reporting from the USC Insights Lab, I'm Walker Lawson, News 19, WLTX. Back to you, Darcy.
All right, Walker, thank you so much. As we continue to follow, as these numbers are coming in this evening, we know that there are more than 3 million registered voters in South Carolina. 560,000 people showed up early in that 12-day period to vote. And then we had record turnout across lots of counties, specifically in the Midlands today. We know the Associated Press has called the race for Governor McMaster. We heard from him just a couple of minutes ago with his victory speech. We're going to send things back over to J.R. Berry with the insiders in Studio B to talk more about how voter turnout may have had an impact on how we're seeing these election results rolling in now.
All right, Darcy, thank you so much again. We're waiting on Joe Cunningham as well. We're expecting him to give a concession speech any moment. If that happens down in Charleston, we will try to bring that to you live as it happens. I want to pick up on what we were talking about while we were on the air a few moments ago. Yeah. We were talking to Dr. Jeter about how Democrats get back in the game, so to say. What do they do to win a statewide office again in the state of South Carolina? And as he's talking, I'm seeing you nodding your head as to some of the things he's saying.
There is a place, I think, and Jim Clyburn brought this up in an interview with CBS earlier today. I think the Democrats are going to have to look at how they start reframing their message if they want to start putting themselves back into a position of power. I think that when you look at the way the voters have turned out, you take a look at every single race that's going down the line right now, and you watch how those splits go. I mean, when you start running through statistics and numbers, you start seeing, okay, how wide of a spread of the message do we have here? Henry McMaster is easily winning by, 14, 15 points right now? That tells you that there is a gap somewhere between what you're saying and resonating with people. And we talked about that earlier this evening, Jim. I think that there's a place right now where Republicans have figured out how to talk to the average voter in South Carolina to be able to say, hey, listen, we recognize these are some key issues.
Joe, I'm sorry, Dave, I have to say that Henry McMaster is certainly harvesting what Fritz Hollins put into place years ago. The tech system, remember who put that in? It was a Democrat, Ernest Hollins. He plowed the field and nurtured the fertilizer and all of that. Industry started coming into South Carolina. Well, it took a while for all that to happen, but now it's blossoming. It's blossoming on Henry McMaster's watch. So we can't forget that. However, Democrats tend not to really tell their story. So it's a messaging. It is messaging. What they've done, what they can do. So that's something we've got to do. We've got to change. We've got to change that if we want to win some statewide races again.
Yeah. And we talked about this off the air. I'm going to give credit to the creative teams that Trav Robertson and the Democratic Party had working on some of their ads. They had some really, production-wise, some really great ads. They told a story, but it was the messaging that was behind it that just didn't resonate with people at home.
And Jim, while things may seem dismal in South Carolina for the Democrats right now, it's not looking all that bad across the country as far as Democrats are concerned. Nothing is final just yet, I should say.
Correct.
Democrats could maintain control of the Senate when all is said and done.
And I'm still projecting that we're going to hold the Senate and maybe even pick up another seat.
You think so?
I think so. That seat may be in Ohio. That seat may be in Pennsylvania. But I think we're going to pick up a seat and hold the Senate. I'm afraid we've lost the House. It's going to be a close. It won't be that red bath or that red wave that has happened in the past. But I'm convinced that we are going to win at least another seat.
Well, Representative Kevin McCarthy out of California, who is most likely going to become the new Speaker of the House, was asked, what is going to constitute for you a red wave? He said, if we pick up 20 seats, it's going to be a red wave. We look back at when you've had tide changes in politics. In the last 100 years, it has been 2-1 the Democrats in control of the U.S. House. For every 2 terms that the Democrats have been in charge, the Republicans have been in charge for 1. And this is going to be the 6th time in 100 years that we have flipped the tide and the Republicans are now going to gain control. And it'll be very interesting to see how that begins to play itself out. are they going to be opening up to, hey, listen, we want to go after and investigate everything. We want to go to look into everything. Is it going to become the Washington witch hunt? I certainly hope not, because there are real issues that we need to be addressing and dealing with. And I think for Congress's overall approval rating to get back above 11%, they need to start doing things to legislate and spend a little less time in investigations.
I agree with you there. And Biden also has the veto power. If they can't, they're going to have to learn how to get along. Otherwise, Biden can sit there and veto anything that they may come up with.
Right.
Yeah. So.
About 10 minutes until 10 here on election night. We have complete coverage continuing on our website, WLTX.com. We're going to wrap things up for this cut-in, as we call it, but we'll be back on the air on WLTX in about 5 minutes with more information for you and back here online as well.
casting their ballot early in those 12 days of early voting, and tens of thousands of people mailing in their ballots. Now, there were some races that were also called very early. Let's look at this Senate race with Tim Scott. Tim Scott serving another 6 years representing South Carolina. Crystal Matthews now representing parts of the Low Country in her state house seat. So as you can see again, Tim Scott 60% to Crystal Matthews 40%, with less than 50% of the precincts reporting. But again, this was one of those races that was called very early. So again, education superintendent, one of those races we're going to continue to follow for you, not only on air, but also online at WLTX.com and on our free News 19 mobile app. We're going to start our team coverage now with the News 19's Kaylin Hagwood. She was there with the governor as he gave his victory speech just moments ago. No word from the Charleston area on when we can expect a concession speech from Cunningham. But Kaylin, talk to us about how the room is different now that the governor has been there.
Well, Darcy, it is really a party atmosphere here at the McMaster camp as folks celebrate not only the Republican win, but others down the ballot. And I want you guys to hear from the governor as he spoke about the economy, spoke about education. You can hear a little bit more of that sound on our website. But one of the biggest topics that they were hoping to just kind of talk about was just sort of his record beforehand and what he's hoping to accomplish going forward, just continue to build on that success. Darcy?
Kaylin, thank you so much. We're going to wrap up our coverage right here on WLTX on air. But for those of you who are interested in continuing to follow, we're going to do that online at WLTX.com. As I mentioned, our coverage online continues now. We're going to go back to News 19's Kaylin Hagwood. Talk a little bit more about the governor's victory speech and what he's hoping for over the next 4 years. Kaylin.
Hey, Darcy, yes, it really, as I was saying, it's a party atmosphere here at the McMaster camp. This watch party, if you guys can hear the music, it is certainly a celebration after the race was called for the governor. And what he spoke about during his victory speech was about a booming economy. He says that they've experienced a lot of success under his leadership and hoping to continue that as he now becomes the longest serving, or will be the longest serving governor in our state's history. I want you to hear a little bit of what he had to share just moments ago.
It is all about the future of South Carolina. And everybody knows that South Carolina is the best place in the whole world to live, work, and raise a family and to grow up. And that's what it's about. It's about our children. It's about the future. It's about what we're going to do for them. And ladies and gentlemen, we're on a good track right now.
Yeah, and so education and the economy were a big focus of their campaign efforts. Is something that Chairman Drew McKissick said he thought would resonate with a lot of South Carolina voters. And if the vote proves true, that was certainly the case. Now, there is another race, a big race that we're watching, the state superintendent of education race. Republican Ellen Weaver also hoping to etch out a win, and only time will tell if she will also get the numbers. Guys?
Kaylin Hagwood reporting for us. Thank you so much, Kaylin. Our team coverage is going to continue down in the Low Country. That's where Peyton Lewis is this evening. She's with Joe Cunningham's camp, and we're going to check in with her just a little bit later. J.R. Berry is standing by in Studio B with the Insiders. And J.R., we're also really lucky to have Dr. Leon Jeter with Benedict College here to talk about tonight's results.
That's right. We want to focus now on the Senate race because Tim Scott elected to his second full 6-year term, but there's been some speculation out there that perhaps Senator Scott may or may not serve those 6 years. There is a presidential race coming up in 2024. There's also the possibility of a gubernatorial race in 2026. I want to bring in Jim Felder, our Democratic strategist. What have you heard when it comes to Tim Scott?
Well, I've heard that Tim has some real ambitions for moving on up, whether it's the governor's office or whether it's for president or whether to be on somebody's ticket for vice president. You notice how he's been out in Iowa this year, and that's where presidential hopefuls began. So I will not be surprised that after this 6 years, or even before they're over, that Tim will be moving in a different direction.
I think when you start taking a look at what Tim Scott has done over the last several months, as with every other major Republican who was either already elected and not up for re-election or in a safe seat, and I think Tim considered his seat to be very safe, and 20-point win is a definite safe seat.
Yep.
I think he was traveling the entire country trying to rally a lot of folks. But yes, he's been in Iowa, he was in Ohio, he's been in Pennsylvania, he's been in California. So that is those are some great places to get some name ID on the national stage, to raise the money that you need to be able to raise. He's raised a lot of money for his federal campaign, and so that can translate itself over into a federal race. If he wants to run for governor of South Carolina, he's going to have to find people who would be willing to transfer money into a gubernatorial race at the state level. So for those of you at home, you have to have two different kind of accounts. You can spend federal money on a federal race, and you can spend state dollars on a state race. You can't switch them back and forth with each other unless you get permission from people, and that's a whole other set of insider stuff that we could talk about. But I think Tim Scott is recognizing the fact that he is in a very strong position, and I think he is leaving his options open. I would not be surprised whatsoever to see him as the second name on a national ticket in 2024.
All right, Dr. Leon Jeter with Benedict College. He's in our studio as well tonight. Tim Scott's not the only one who's been to Iowa. Nikki Haley has been there as well. What are your thoughts when it comes to these big name South Carolina politicians making a name for themselves on the national front?
Well, I think they're following the playbook. I mean, I think that you coming from a state such as South Carolina, which is a strong Republican state, respected nationally, and I think what Nikki Haley did is what Tim Scott is doing is following the playbook, giving themselves options on a national level. They're homegrown, they've done good work, they've recognized, they're well respected of what they've done. So I think when you think about the next move, the next step he's looking to make, and follow that playbook to the next level, to a higher office. So the opportunity is there. He has options, and I think he's going to leverage those options when the time is right.
Dave, you wanted to chime in on that?
I think, and for folks of you at home, as you're listening and wondering why in the world Iowa, we go back to the primary system. The four early primary states of Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Nevada are really important for the presidential because that's where the first elections take place on the national stage. And very rarely does the person who wins Iowa win New Hampshire. But with the exception of Newt Gingrich in 2012, South Carolina has picked the presidential candidate for both parties since 1980. And so that is a very important position that we as South Carolinians hold in that voice of what goes on, because we jokingly say around here, our JV politics will beat the pros any day, because as our friend Antoine will be apt to say on the Insiders, the road to heaven and the White House, Antoine, you're right, they lead straight through South Carolina.
That is correct. That is correct.
And I think, Jim, as your experience that you've had over the years, you and I both can look at this from two different perspectives and go, South Carolina really plays a big role.
And we've jealously guarded that. Other states have wanted to come in before us to do it, but we have guarded it so that we can say, if you want to be president, you got to come through South Carolina.
And that was one of the jokes that happened a few years ago, where I think it was either Chad Conley or Drew McKissick said, we will vote on Halloween before Florida will move ahead of us as a primary state.
Trying to keep our place in line, South Carolinians apparently love politics. Record number of people voting in this early voting period, and it was steady today. I mean, just steady Eddie as far as the polls are concerned today. Heavy voter turnout reported in some areas of the state. What do you chalk that up to, Jim?
Well, I chalk that up to people realizing that I vote early, I get it out of the way, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. And the other thing was that I only got one complaint call today, JR, and that was from a lady out at precinct where Columbia High School is. And she was angry because she came up there was a sign on the door saying, you can't vote here, you can't vote in the gym, you've got to go to the auditorium. And she didn't know where the auditorium was. Well, she finally found it, but she was complaining that she had to go through Other than that, it was a smooth election. I haven't seen an election that smooth lately.
And it's been really great because when you go in to vote this time, you take your ID with you. They scan it. It goes into the database. The system takes a look at it. I was at a precinct earlier today. I took a group of students in there to experience what elections will be like when they have their first vote in a couple of years. And I said, have you had anybody who's come in who's already voted? He said, no, the only time we've had anybody come with that was they actually had requested an absentee ballot. And if you request an absentee ballot at home, you can't then go turn around and vote early at an early polling place or show up on election day. You have to actually do that on the absentee ballot. So,
All right, we have more coverage right now on our website, WLTX.com, also our Facebook page. We're going to wrap up this segment of the conversation. We'll be back with another update at 10:25 on WLTX, and we'll continue the conversation right here online. We'll see you then. All right, welcome back. As we continue our team coverage of election 2022, the governor's race is settled this evening. Henry McMaster reelected to another 4-year term, but Darcy, all eyes are still on state education superintendent.
That's right, JR. This is the night the state superintendent of education is decided. Molly Spearman said several months ago that she would not be running for re-election. She has held that seat since 2015. South Carolina has not had a Democrat who was the superintendent of education since Jim Rex back in 2006. And so, as you can see, with nearly 50% of the precincts reporting, Ellen Weaver, the Republican candidate, has a sizable lead over Lisa Ellis, 9 points, almost 10 points higher. And as you can see across the state, every area in red is where Weaver is doing well. Every area in blue is where Lisa Ellis is doing well. So this may not be one of those races that comes down to the wire, but I'm sure that this is one of those races that is not going to be decided soon. We're going to check in with News 19's Becky Buds, who is keeping a close eye on this race this evening. Becky.
Darcy, that's right. Like you said, Weaver is leading the race right now, but the energy here at Lisa Ellis's watch party is still lively. People have kind of settled down, but there's been lots of music and some dancing. And earlier guest speakers, former Democratic Superintendent Jim Rex and Democratic Party Vice Chairman Leslie Price took the stage to boast Ellis's 22 years of experience in teaching. And after months of campaigning, Ellis's team still spent today calling almost 1,000 voters asking for their support. And so, yes, she is facing an uphill battle, but she says she's feeling confident tonight.
I think that it has been an uphill battle, but as a teacher, I know no different. And so, you know, we always work with what we have, and we do the best we can with what we're given. And, you know, that's what I felt this race for me has been very grassroots, very supportive from, you know, the people that matter. And I feel good about what we've accomplished.
Weaver's lead has also continued in fundraising. According to the State Ethics Commission, Weaver has raised more than $700,000 this election season. Meanwhile, Ellis has raised more than $200,000. But we'll continue to update you on this race as the votes start to continue to come in. Live in Columbia, Becky Buds, News 19 WLTX.
Becky, thank you so much. As we know in politics, you can follow the lead by following the money, and it kind of looks like that is how this race is going to play out across South Carolina in the superintendent of education race. But again, still several more counties left to report, and we will have more information on that, not only on air, but also online at WLTX.com and on our free News 19 mobile app. So we're going to wrap up for now, but we're going to continue our conversation online at WLTX.com. Stay with me. Our election coverage 2022 continues across South Carolina as more numbers are rolling in this evening. The superintendent of education race, the lead that the Republican candidate Ellen Weaver has on Lisa Ellis, has been changing over the evening. That lead has been growing 9 percentage points ahead at this point. The governor's race has already been called. Henry McMaster, the 117th governor of South Carolina, 75 years old, will serve another 4 years in office, making him the longest serving governor in South Carolina history, beating former Congressman Joe Cunningham out of the Low Country and Bruce Reeves. Now, a lot of you have been following us online. That's how you're watching us right now. The Insights Lab at the University of South Carolina spends their time following you online and looking at how politics plays into how you voted. News 19's Walker Lawson starts our team coverage with more from the Insights Lab. Walker.
That's right, Darcy. We are here at the Insights Lab, and I'm joined by our social media expert. Now, show us what we've been seeing all day today. You guys have been tracking since 7 a.m. What's the trend, and when do we see this spike in conversation?
Okay, so you can see that there was a huge spike in conversation once the poll closed and as election results began to be released, especially with the announcement of Senator Tim Scott and Governor McMaster being reelected. And you can see that right here, and it's slowly decreasing again.
Neutral, positive? What are the reactions? No surprises, it seems like. What are you guys seeing?
Yeah, it definitely seems like there were no huge surprises on social media, and sentiment has been predominantly neutral. It's a lot of news organizations, a lot of just factual statements about what's been happening during this election day and night and who's being reelected and how candidates are feeling.
And we've seen a lot across, the United States, many different policies and politics. Did we see any of that trickle down into social media here? Or what were some big standout moments, maybe, Tim Scott or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, Tim Scott was a huge moment. That was one of the first huge spikes in terms of our election following today. We didn't see a ton of national news and information trickle down into the South Carolina conversation. It's focused pretty much within the state, but I think Tim Scott, when that re-election was announced, was the biggest spike in conversation that we had seen since 7 a.m.
Do you know why? I know deleted account stands above Tim Scott's name. Could you say kind of the relation to that behind you?
Yeah, so actually his opponent, or his running, the person he was running against, deleted her Twitter account immediately after she was announced to not have won. So that's kind of interesting that immediately after the race was called, she said, no more social media. So.
All right, well, they're continuing to follow it here at the Social Media Insights Lab. We'll have a little bit more later tonight. I'm going to send things back to you guys in studio.
All right, Walker, we appreciate it. Again, following along with some of the races, a lot of people figured that this was going to go this way, and it has gone this way. 6th District Congressman James Clyburn wins in his district again. We are going to now head over to the Cunningham camp. We've heard the victory speech from Governor McMaster, and now we're going to hear the concession speech from Joe Cunningham. Let's listen in.
I've been in a lot of fights, and I have never been more proud of a fight than this one, because it was for the right reason. Yes.
Get it next time.
Yeah. So grateful for your support. We could not be more grateful. And now, without further ado, I want to introduce you to a great man, an incredible leader, and one of the best friends I've ever had, Joe Cunningham.
Well, good evening. Love you, Joe. I love you. I love you all. Man, I love this city. I love this damn state too. I want to. I don't know if that's possible, actually. I want to start by just saying thank you, to those of you all who have meant so much. And obviously, this is not the way we'd like to be ending the evening, but we're here to recognize people that have meant so much to me personally and so much to this campaign. First and foremost, my son, Boone. Y'all hear me talk about him a lot, and a while back I had Mark Sanford on my podcast, probably 2 years ago, and I remember him saying something that stuck with me. said the older you get, the smaller your audience gets, who you play to in life. And he's got 4 boys, and he said, pushing aside the Trump stuff, and he was more concerned about playing to that audience than he was about keeping an elected office. And so everything that I do, everything I say, every effort is tailored to make sure that my son will be proud of the work that his dad did. And I think, there are things that go beyond politics, things that go beyond elections. Integrity. And integrity is one of them. And having your family, especially your own blood, proud of what you stood for, because that's what matters at the end of the day. That we're standing on the right side of history and standing on the right side of these issues. So I cannot, this is all for him. It's all for him. And I would not be here today without the loving support of my partner, Ashley Bailey, who's just been a godsend. This is a woman who's as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside. And she has been like a rock during these last 2 years. And we could not have crisscrossed the state, carried our message to every single corner of South Carolina had it not been for the steadfast support of this woman. And I'm very, very proud to have you stand beside me now and in the future. So thank you so much. To my family, this ragtag group of brothers that I have here, folks. That's probably been good entertainment for y'all to watch. I'm very, very lucky to have my 4 brothers to be also my 4 best friends, and the fact that we remain so close. And I only hope and pray that my son will be as close with his future siblings as we have become. At the end of the day, having the love and support of family matters more than any. So thank you all to my brothers. And to my parents, my mother and father, my father who taught me what public service should look like. That integrity, being true to your word and having that honesty and doing the right thing even when it takes the skin off your nose. Because we don't have enough elected officials like that. And so I learned all that from my father and my mother, and I cannot thank them enough. To my team, our campaign team, which was just unbelievable, folks. Like the amount of work. I look over at Juan. This guy, I spent more time with him over the last 2 years than I did with my own thoughts. Jay, everybody on this team, and I don't want to start naming folks for fear of leaving them out, but I would not be. And so many, each and every one of them, folks, was dedicated to this cause, and they love South Carolina just as much as I do. And this is a job that you do it for the passion, and you do it because you care about people, and you care about the state. And even though we had our differences with Governor McMaster and his team, I can tell you that each and every person on our team was always fighting for the betterment of South Carolina and building a state that we could all be proud of. To all the support to y'all, I cannot thank you enough for being out here on Tuesday night, for continuing to support us, to realize that. I hope you all, we tried to run a campaign that y'all could be proud of. And as I go across the state, I recognize that I'm simply a vessel, folks, carrying this message and our values that we all share together here. The values and issues that stitch us all together, things that we've been fighting for over the last 2 years. I was very proud to be that carriage that carried that across the entire state. But I would not be here, and it would not have happened. And we would not have moved the conversation had not been for each and every one of you all. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you so much. And to my partner in crime, Tally Casey. We've been people have been trying to get Tally to run for years, and you recognize, when you go through all this stuff, you recognize why more good people don't run for office, because they have to deal with the critics and the people who will try to throw anything at you. And so the folks who have a servant's heart like Tally are more and more reluctant to get into the arena. And I think it's a shame. And our state owes Tally a debt of gratitude for stepping into this fight and stepping up to the challenge and showing people how strong of a woman she is. And Tally, when I have daughters, I can only hope and pray that they can be at least half as strong as Tally Casey. This is Bravo Zulu. And I'm just so damn proud of you, Tally. Thank you for going this fight. But I want to say what an honor it's been, carrying this message across the state, and no matter, folks, what the critics say, what the pundits say, it means something to stand up and fight back against something bigger than yourselves. When you know you're doing it for the right reasons. And there's and folks, there are pundits all across this country or the state. There's look, it's not the critics that count. It's not the people who remain a Democrat in a blue state, or a Republican in a red state, or a safe seat, a gerrymandered seat. It's the people who are fighting these hard fights, and folks who charge into areas, specifically as a Democrat in the South, but who will fight like hell and try to plant a flag where no flag has ever been planted. Like we did in 2018 together. And it reminds me of that quote from, I think, FDR, who said that it's far better to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered with failure, than to take rank with those poor souls who neither enjoy much nor suffer much, because they live in the great twilight that knows not victory nor defeat. It's about the people who go up against challenges bigger than themselves. And we do that every single day, and that's what this campaign was about. This campaign was a reflection of y'all, recognizing that we're a hell of a lot better state than what represents us in Columbia. And you're not done, Joe. No, and at 40 years young, I like to think that my best days are ahead of me, not behind me. And when we meet, with a loss, when we meet with challenges like this, it's the true test is how you deal with this. And as I try to teach my son, it's not about how we fall, but it's how we pick ourselves back up. You know, and the fact is that these times and challenges can be tough, but so are we, folks. We're tough as well. You know, and you teach, you know, this is about what we're teaching our children, our grandchildren, how to react and how to behave during times like this. And the things that we are fighting for, folks, are worth fighting for.
Hell yes.
You know? And so, and our campaign was successful at moving these issues down the line, folks.
Yep.
Because we're fighting to make sure that our veterans had access to medical marijuana. And we went from Governor McMaster being totally against it in his debate with James Smith to on a debate stage with me, recognizing that there's potential there. And it's all about how we measure success. And obviously wins and losses are a big part of it. They are. And I've been on both sides of the coin. But there's also some comfort to be taken in knowing that you advance the conversation and that you push South Carolina a little further ahead than where it was when you started the campaign. And that, you know, the journey of 1,000 miles, they say, starts with a single step. Well, we're now in a state, folks, where people are having a much more open discussion about giving veterans access to marijuana. And we've told the legislature and we've told our politicians that in South Carolina, if we value freedom, we should sure as shit value women to have the freedom to control their bodies. To politicians that South Carolinians want their freedom on all aspects. And pushing the conversation forward about legalizing sports betting, getting this tax revenue, and paying our teachers that dignified wage to which they deserve. We've called out politicians who will give lip service, whether it be to groups like our veterans, who say they support them and say they value their service, but then turn their backs on them when they come back home. We've called out that BS when politicians say they support our teachers and they want to give them more respect. And we've told politicians, put your money where your mouth is. And folks, even outside of the campaign, it doesn't have to stop then. And I look forward to using my voice and the platform that you all have helped build in order to advance the issues that are important to us. Because if we're to have a strong South Carolina, every single corner of our foundation must be firmed up. And that includes paying our teachers more. That includes making sure that women have their freedoms, folks. And what our campaign has done is it's breathed life into those issues. You know, because when you talk about what our campaign was about, it was for Fran Coyle. You know, the woman who was raped at age 12 and impregnated, and who our campaign gave that platform to tell her story and educate stubborn politicians who only want to put political points on the board and who don't give a damn about the people that they supposedly represent. Our campaign was about women like Fran. It was about women like Sydney, the teacher that I met, that was leaving the profession that she loved because she was unable to pay her rent without having to wait tables. And so it's for my son Boone, you know, who desperately needs to go to a public school that has quality, and that has teachers that stay in their jobs, and it has resources, and it has Wi-Fi, and good textbooks, because that's what they deserve. And so what our campaign has done is it's taken these, and when we set on this, I want to tell people stories, because those are what resonate, because we've taken these stories, these individual stories, and these names and these faces, and we've taken issues that we're fighting for, and we've given them names and faces. And we've married the two so that when politicians or the news or the press or voters think about these issues, they think about a face. So when you think about women having the freedom to control their own body, they can think about a woman like Fran. And they can try to imagine what happened to them if it was somebody they loved and cared for, if it was their sister or their daughter. And it's caused people to think in a more reflective way in doing this. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what I'm most proud about this campaign, is by bringing these issues to light, by placing names and faces and stories behind them, and helping move that ball down the field so that our elected officials will be reactive to it. And not only have we called out the issues, but folks, at the end of the day, I ran the campaign the way I wanted to run it. And I make no apologies whatsoever for fighting for our freedoms and calling out the hypocrisy that exists within politicians. Recognizing that we do have politicians who stay in office a hell of a lot longer than they should, folks. And I'm proud that I ran on term limits, and I ran on injecting new blood into the discussion, a new vision, new leadership. Because as I look out today, I see so many young people. It's y'all's generation, folks. Y'all, we need to have elected officials who are making decisions who will be around long enough to live with the consequences. We pulled an unprecedented amount of young people out to the polls and out to be engaged. And folks, young people have to continue to step up. That's what I did in my 30s, folks. When I ran for Congress, I didn't have any money, I didn't have any name ID, but I was worried about our future. And folks, y'all should be as well. And recognize the faults that exist, the partisanship, the blind party loyalty. We need elected officials who are willing to call out politicians and leaders, even when they exist within their own party. Because you cannot have credibility in stating something about one politician but not acknowledging the faults within your own respective party. It's that consistency that has been missing, I feel, in politics. And I depart this race today with a clean conscience. And knowing that the problems that we're facing, the reasons that we can all agree on, certain issues, and certain things can have 90% approval rating, whether it be background checks or medical marijuana, but the fact that there's a disconnect with politicians, that all stems from a breakdown in our political system. The gerrymandering that keeps politicians in office and gives them no incentive to reach across the aisle. The straight ticket voting, which just increases partisanship and doesn't allow people to think about the person or the platform or the policies that they should be considering. And we may have fallen short here today, but I believe that our definition of success, will be determined in the coming months as to how we change the narrative here in South Carolina, and how we change politics here in our state, and how we change the conversation, and how we change how we treat one another. Because I love all of South Carolina. The Democrat, the Republican, the Independents, and folks, we are the best state in the entire country, and I'm going to fight like hell to make sure we remain so. And folks, I can tell you, like, our fight is far from over. Yeah. It is far from over. And these things that all brought us here together tonight are worth fighting for. And that, you know, growing up the youngest of 5 boys in a big family, when people and politicians begin to disrespect the women in South Carolina, disrespect the teachers in South Carolina, that's when we stand up and we hit back harder, folks. So for anybody who thinks that this is a nail in the coffin or that I'm going away, far from that, folks. There may be elected officials and politicians who are fighting in other corners of the state in very comfortable races or very comfortable regions. We're fighting in a tough state because we're tough too, folks. And eventually, and this is where it comes to a close, all of us will have to be held accountable to those little ones, to the kids that we're raising. And what message do we want to send to them as to how we deal with defeat and how we deal with being knocked down? And I, for one, am going to tell that cute boy, Boone, that when he sees an injustice, he stands up and pushes back against it. I don't give a damn if you're in the minority. You stand up and you fight for what's right, folks. Because you know that you're going into that battle. You're going into these battles. You know, just like David would go into the battle against Goliath, relying not upon your own strength, but relying upon the righteousness of this cause to make South Carolina a better state, to make our future brighter, to fight alongside incredible people and veterans like Tallied Casey, and to be able to rest your head on your pillow at night with a clear conscience and feel good about moving our state forward and feeling good about fighting for what is just and what is right and for the beautiful people of South Carolina. Thank you all so much for being here. I love you. My heart is with you all. My heart is here.
And that is the Democrat candidate for governor, Joe Cunningham, conceding tonight's race to Governor Henry McMaster in a concession speech that ran 25 plus minutes. All right, we have complete election 2022 coverage coming up next. News 19 at 11 starts now. Right now on a special edition of News 19 at 11, the ballots have been counted and voters have chosen their leaders.
The decisions that are going to be made by whoever's leading the state are really important.
And when it comes to exercising the right that so many have fought for, you got to just vote.
It's the culmination of months of campaigning, while for some, the phone calls, yard signs, and stump speeches simply weren't enough. For others, it's a night to celebrate.
God bless South Carolina. God bless the United States of America. Hey!
It's a night about the future of the economy, the environment, human rights, and our children's education. It's the 2022 midterm election. From school boards all the way to the U.S. Senate, we've got you covered. News 19 at 11 starts now. And good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm J.R. Berry.
And I'm Darcy Strickland. Election 2022 had some surprises across the nation. But I think when you're talking about South Carolina, JR, everything went as planned or expected by the Republican Party.
That's right. In the race for governor, Henry McMaster victorious tonight over Joe Cunningham, winning re-election to another 4-year term, Darcy. And I know all eyes are still on that state education race right now. Ellen Weaver with a lead over her challenger there, Lisa Ellis.
The polls have been closed since 7 o'clock this evening, and as you can see for yourself, and if you've been following along with us throughout the evening, you know Henry McMaster has already given his victory speech just moments ago before our 11 o'clock newscast started. Joe Cunningham giving his concession speech. 71% of the polls are closed and sending in all of their numbers, and as you can see for yourself, a sizable lead. 100% of the results aren't going to be in until very late tonight or even early tomorrow morning, JR. But some would say for Joe Cunningham in this current political climate to get 525,000 votes and what is considered a red state is not a bad turnout for the Democratic candidate. And then Bruce Reeves, the Libertarian candidate, coming in with 1% of the vote at this hour. We're going to look at a couple of the other races. The Secretary of State race, win as expected by the Republican Party. Mark Hammond holds on to that seat again. With the Treasurer's race, we'll click through that for you. Curtis Loftus holds that seat again, 79.8%, with 70% of the precincts reporting. As JR mentioned just a moment ago, the Superintendent of Education race is the one that brought a lot of people out to vote. A lot of people wondering who would be the best person to lead South Carolina forward when it comes to education. Molly Spearman announcing several months ago that she would not seek re-election, holding the office of Superintendent of Education since 2015 here in South Carolina. We should note that South Carolina has not had a Democrat who served in the office of Education Superintendent since 2006. So it was going to be an uphill battle for Lisa Ellis, not giving us a concession speech, but we have heard from her camp tonight, and they are still holding out hope that things will work out well for them. About a 9-point difference between Weaver and Ellis, but when you talk about percentage points and then really look at the numbers, you can see the huge difference. 100,000 votes separating these two candidates, with almost 60% of the precincts reporting. A couple of other races to look at. Hugh Weathers, the longstanding ag commissioner here in South Carolina, continues to hold on to that seat. Another race that was called very early in the evening. I think it might have been about 10-15 minutes after 7 o'clock when the Associated Press called this race for Tim Scott. Scott saying that this might be his last time serving in this capacity, not his last term serving in politics, but over the next 6 years, we could see some different political aspirations for Tim Scott. JR?
Darcy, thank you so much. We want to go back to the governor's race tonight. Again, Henry McMaster, re-elected governor. Our Kaylin Hagwood has spent the evening with the McMaster supporters and their victory party. Kaylin?
Well, JR, it has been truly a celebration here at the McMaster camp as the Republicans hoping to have a red wave, and certainly seeing quite a bit of success on this evening as the governor came up and he spoke about a booming economy under his leadership, a success that he says he hopes to continue going into the years ahead. This will make him the longest serving governor in our state's history. I want you guys to hear a little bit of what he had to share.
It is all about the future of South Carolina, and everybody knows that South Carolina is the best place in the whole world to live, work, and raise a family and to grow up. And that's what it's about. It's about our children. It's about the future. It's about what we're going to do for them. And ladies and gentlemen, we're on a good track right now.
Now, another race we have been watching here is the State Superintendent of Education race. Republican Ellen Weaver running in that race, and we're hearing that she is going to be coming out here in just minutes to speak, as she does have a lead over Democrat Lisa Ellis right now. Again, they're hoping to continue to have a positive night for the Republicans on this side and have some success this evening. We'll certainly bring those remarks to you guys whenever they are available. Reporting live here in downtown Columbia, Kaylin Hagwood, News 19, WLTX.
All right, Kaylin, thank you so very much. Again, Joe Cunningham conceding the race just a few moments ago. News 19's Peyton Lewis, she is at the Cunningham camp in the Low Country with more on the disappointing evening for the Democrat candidate there. Peyton?
JR, that speech just wrapped up a few moments ago. Joe Cunningham thanked his son, Boone, who is only 4 years old, for motivating him to run. He also thanked his running mate, Tally Casey, as well, for their fight for the governor and lieutenant governor spots. They said it was a long race, and they believe that they fought well. And Joe Cunningham said this wasn't the end for him. He didn't specify what exactly that meant, but he did say that he will try to stay in fighting for South Carolina and making sure that his ideas for the state can continue and that people can kind of come together with bipartisanship and whatnot. He wants to see that, is what he said in that speech just a few moments ago. And he's not expected to come out again, but we will hear from Annie Andrews in just a few minutes here in downtown Charleston. Reporting live from the American Theater, Peyton Lewis, News 19 WLTX.
Peyton, thank you so much. So we've been talking about this superintendent of education race. Again, a lot of people from what we've talked to, voters, said that they went out. That was one of the primary reasons to vote. We're going to check in with Becky Buds. She is with Lisa Ellis. We've heard from Ellis throughout the evening, but Becky, at this hour, about 100,000 votes separate Ellis, a career professional educator, from Weaver.
Darcy, you can see behind me that the energy in the room has died down a bit as her campaign awaits the results. Ellis has been walking around the room tonight, thanking supporters and giving them hugs, shaking hands. And Weaver has continued that lead over Ellis, not only in votes, but in money. According to the State Ethics Commission, Ellis contributions throughout. And so we'll continue to keep you updated here at this race tonight. So live in Columbia, Becky Buds, News 19 WLTX.
All right, Becky, thank you so much. So the other candidate on the other side of that ticket, Ellen Weaver, along with Green Party candidate Michael. We're going to check in with Weaver now. She is speaking, but the race hasn't been called yet. Let's listen in.
The last 3 years responding to COVID's educational carnage. Fault lines that have existed in our educational system for decades have been laid bare. Exhaustion has been real and trust has been frayed. But I firmly believe that when we work together, our moments of greatest challenge can be transformed into our moments of greatest opportunity. That's why I ran for this office, because I believe that with leadership, vision, and common sense, we can deliver real results for our students, support our great teachers, and empower parents across our state. I asked for your votes, and now I'm going to be asking for your volunteerism. It will take all of us working in and with our local schools to support our students and to build strong bridges of trust and collaboration between our principals, our teachers, and our parents. This is the path forward. This is the path of hope and opportunity for a bright education future for every single child in our state. This is the way we claim the full promise of what our education system can be. And this is the way that South Carolina leads an education revolution that sets an example for the rest of the country to follow. This has, without a doubt, been the most challenging year of my life, both personally and professionally. And I'd like to especially recognize and thank my family and so many friends who have loved and supported me every single step of the way. If I started naming names, we'd be here all night. But to my campaign team and volunteers, your tireless hard work is what made tonight possible. To my opponent, you put your heart into this race, you ran hard, and you have spotlighted real issues that are facing our classroom teachers, issues that we are going to work hard to address. To Superintendent Spearman, thank you for your dedicated service to the students of this state during one of the wildest challenges that any superintendent could have ever faced. You have navigated this office with strength and grace, and I look forward to working closely with you in the coming weeks to ensure a seamless leadership transition. To Governor McMaster and members of the General Assembly, I look forward to collaborating closely with you to move a bold education agenda forward. It will take a strong team and constant communication to make the difference that I know that we can make on behalf of our students, teachers, and parents. To our faith and business communities, Our students and teachers need you now more than ever. I will seek new ways to celebrate.
All right, that was Ellen Weaver, the Republican, declaring victory in the race for state education superintendent. I spoke with our insiders earlier. They don't believe the votes are out there for Ellis to mount a comeback, being down almost 10 percentage points. Ellen Weaver declaring victory for the state education superintendent. And Becky Buds, I believe, is going to continue our team coverage. She has been following both of these candidates all evening long. Becky?
JR, I was saying earlier that Weaver has out-fundraised Ellis, and we're seeing that here with the votes. She has that significant lead, but throughout her campaign, Ellis has really platformed on increasing working conditions and pay for teachers, increasing funding for public schools, and getting rid of what she calls unnecessary red tape. And Ellis tells me, regardless of today's outcome, today is really a celebration of her campaign.
Really need the support at the state level. We need some of the red tape that is there that prevents money from getting into the classroom, the mental health services that Lisa's advocating for. We need all of those things, and so I'm just excited that that's her vision for our state.
We are still awaiting Ellis to take the stage and say a few remarks. We'll let you know as soon as that happens. Live in Columbia, Becky Buds, News 19 WLTX.
Becky, thank you so much. Of course, a disappointing loss again for Ellis, a career educator, not a politician, hoping that she could have made the right decisions for South Carolina's children. But again, first time in a very long time, South Carolina will have a new superintendent of education with no classroom experience in Ellen Weaver.
Well, beyond the candidate races, there are also equally important county-specific ballot items and constitutional amendments.
News 19's Rachel Ripp gives us a look at some of these key topics that you voted on.
That's right, JR, Darcy. Now, around the Midlands in Saluda and Calhoun, sorry about that. Around the Midlands in Saluda and Calhoun, they are contemplating a new government system. Now in Lexington and Newberry, they're contemplating a penny tax. And in Saluda, again, they are also looking at a school bond, whether or not to accept that county-wide. Now I caught up with the CEO of SC Economics, a nonprofit that works with teachers and schools to implement economics in the classroom setting. He explains the pros and cons of a penny tax.
You can widen roads. You can do all sorts of things that help economic development prosper, which brings jobs, brings taxes into the community, et-cetera. One of the challenges you have, though, is the community has to feel comfortable that when they agree to a penny tax, that they're going to be managed well.
Now, statewide, there are also two constitutional amendments that all South Carolina voters saw today. Amendment 1, voters are saying yes with 61.8%, no with 38.2%. Now, Amendment 2, voters are saying yes with 62.3% and no with 37.6%.
Both of these funds, if passed, will increase by 2 percentage points. Neither one will be an increase in taxes. And they solidify the state's position for bonded indebtedness, and they specify how some funds get used.
Reporting live from our virtual election day set, Rachel Ripp, News 19 WLTX.
All right, Rachel, thank you so very much. USC Insights Lab has been weighing in on this throughout the day.
They've been busy today. They opened up when the polls did at 7 o'clock this morning. Polls closed at 7 this evening, but they are still working hard. That's where our team coverage continues this evening with News 19's Walker Lawson.
That's right, Darcy. We are here at the USC Insights Lab. Like you said, they've been here since 7 a.m. gathering information, and you guys have seen quite the trend throughout the day, from early this morning to now, what kind of changes have you seen?
So in the beginning of the day, we saw a lot of talk about Joe Cunningham and the policies that he was kind of running his campaign on. And then as the day moved forward and results started to be announced, especially with Tim Scott's reelection and being one of the first to be reelected, it was a huge spike in conversation. And then again with Governor McMaster, and then that also shows that sometimes what you see online with the discussion of Cunningham doesn't necessarily reflect what's happening at the polls, as McMaster was reelected.
Again, that's right. As they said, a re-election was the big theme here. You know, James Clyburn, Tim Scott, and Governor McMaster. So just a lot of changes throughout the day. It's very interesting to see. Thank you so much. Well, I'm going to send things back to you guys in studio. Reporting from the USC Insights Lab, I'm Walker Lawson, News 19 WLTX.
All right, Walker, thank you very much. When we come back, we'll check in with our State House insiders to take a look back at Election Day 2022.
Election night coverage continues right here on WLTX. If you're just taking a look at the numbers, we want to let you know that Henry McMaster has won re-election, but a very good showing for Democrat Joe Cunningham with more than 540,000 votes in what is considered a red state. Now, let's take a look at a couple of the races that were called very early. Tim Scott, 57 years old from the Low Country, is going to serve another 6 years in Senate, or at least he's been elected to another 6 years in Senate. It's been some discussion from Scott's camp about whether or not he will serve that entire term or not, but as things stand today, Tim Scott, again, going back to Washington to represent South Carolina. Joe Wilson, again, representing the 2nd District. He will be heading back to Washington, D.C. And as we look at the 6th District, represented by James Clyburn, he will continue to represent the state of South Carolina. 76% of the votes coming in. And as you can see for yourself, he's got about a 40,000 vote lead over Republican candidate Duke Buckner. Another race that a lot of people have been keeping a close eye on. And if you've been watching us throughout the evening, you know that we have heard from Ellen Weaver and Lisa Ellis. And just moments ago, Ellen Weaver, the Republican candidate for State Superintendent of Education, declared her victory. Now, that has not been declared. That has not been cleared by the Associated Press. But as you can see for yourself, when you're looking at the numbers, almost 70% of the precincts reporting Weaver has a sizable lead over Lisa Ellis and the Green Party candidate Patricia Michael. So these are the big races that we're continuing to follow on our website at WLTX.com and on here on air and on our News 19 mobile app. A lot of you went to the polls today. You voted on raising the General Reserve Fund. 61% of you voted yes today to that. These are the amendments. If you were in line, you were probably handed a piece of paper and told, hey, read this before you vote so you know what you're voting on. Again, 61% of you saying yes to Amendment 1, and then 62% of you saying yes to Amendment 2. We're going to send things over to J.R. Berry. He is in Studio B talking more with our insiders about the results of today's election.
All right, Darcy, thank you so much. Let's talk about why voters went to the polls today. Dave, we'll begin with you. What do you think encouraged voters to cast their ballots today?
I think there are two major factors. You had the economy and the issues that we have seen at a national scale. And I think people recognize the strength that Henry McMaster has demonstrated for 6 years as governor of South Carolina, where we have a strong economy that has survived COVID, and we are continuing to move in a positive direction. He said tonight, $5 billion in new investment in South Carolina just this year alone. And that's something that people feel at home.
Mr. Feller, do you think the Democrats focused enough on the economy this go around?
No, we did not. And they should have focused more on Medicaid, also health care issues as well. Just didn't get the message out right. And a lot has happened in the state. Coming from Washington, lots of monies came in. Joe Biden sent a lot of stuff in, but we just did not make that known to the public. Just with enough emphasis on what had happened.
Dr. Leon Jeter with Benedict College is also with us in studio tonight. And Dr. Jeter, let me get your take on what happened today across the state of South Carolina. What do you believe was the big issue for voters out there today?
I think a real big issue for voters in the state of South Carolina is the economy, inflation. I think the idea when you're talking about jobs, as you see Governor McMaster brought jobs into the state. And so I think that pretty much resonated well with his voters and his constituents. But also I want to say I think it's very important for Cunningham and his team to realize getting nearly 42% of the vote here in a heavy Republican state is a positive, and that they can take that and build on that for the next cycle. So I think some good comes out of this for the Democrats, lessons learned to take us to the next step as far as that's concerned.
Back here in Studio B, guys, quickly, it's still early in some of the races across the country. Dave, is it your belief that Republicans will gain control of the House and the Senate?
I believe they'll pick up the House and the Senate. We're going to have to see what goes on. Polls are still getting ready to close, or have just recently closed on the West Coast. And that's where two major Republican pickoffs could be, one being in Arizona, the other being in Utah. And so we'll have to see what goes on the Senate side, but definitely a win for Republicans in the U.S. House.
And I know you think that Republicans are going to take control of the House. The Senate, you still believe they're going to hang on?
I still believe the Senate will hang on and may even pick up one.
What happens if it is Republican Senate and Republican House? Does Joe Biden work to get his agenda moving forward?
Joe is known to be a person that brings people together. I think he'll do that, but then if that doesn't work, then he'll have to use his veto pen a lot.
Jim Felder, Dave Wilson, guys, thank you so very much. When we come back, we had a beautiful day weather-wise for you to cast your ballots, but things, they are changing. It's going to get pretty wet Friday and maybe into Saturday morning early. Our chief meteorologist, Efren Fonte, he's got those full details in just a moment.
Well, we're going to start off with the tropics, a not too rare tropical storm, Nicole, in the month of November, but nevertheless, the National Hurricane Center is updated, now indicating winds sustained at 70, gusting up to 85 miles an hour. It's moving to the west-southwest at 10 miles an hour. It's about 150 miles just to the east of the Bahamas, and you can see it is starting to get its act together. A lot of thunderstorm activity starting to wrap around in the cyclonic motion. Now, at least at this point, the indication is that it's going to be intensifying to a Category 1 hurricane sometime by tomorrow, and then a potential landfall sometime Thursday morning or Thursday early morning as a Category 1 hurricane, and then will continue as it heads north into portions of Georgia and then into the Carolinas. Still is a tropical storm in Florida before it starts dissipating into South Carolina. Now, we still have tropical storm watches for the low country and the tropical storm warnings off the low country coastline. The indication is that by Friday morning, it's going to be positioned somewhere along I-16 in Georgia, heading towards either the upstate or the Midlands. But the indication about this is what we're going to be expecting as far as the rainfall. Now, the rain should start by Thursday afternoon. At times, it could be heavy, but here comes the tropical storm, and this is the official cone from the National Hurricane Center. We'll have storms, pretty stout ones, that'll be moving through as we get into Friday morning while we're asleep, and then this will continue into Friday afternoon and Friday afternoon into the evening hours. So in the morning, we'll start off a low of 62 with a high of 69. It will be windy for the next 3 days. The showers and storms Thursday and Friday. Thursday will reach a high of 71 to a high of 77 on Friday, but then when it's all done, Saturday we cool off to a high of 70, and then Sunday through Monday, high temperatures only in the low 50s. We'll be right back.
Election 2022 in the books for the most part here in the state of South Carolina. Still some votes being tallied in some parts of the state. Voter turnout today pretty steady and heavy in some areas. As we had a record-breaking voter turnout for early votes, Darcy, absentee ballots. So when all is said and done, when the dust settles, we may have some record numbers to talk about in the days ahead.
I believe that 3.3 million people are registered to vote in South Carolina. And we didn't talk a lot about those down ballot races like school districts, county council, city council, but all of those things matter, and we'll have those results on our website.
All right, but for now, that is going to do it for us. For the latest, go to our website, WLTX.com, and have a good evening.
See a story you loved? Watch it again right now on WLTX Plus, available on Roku and Fire TV.
State, you look at the number of the industry such as BMW coming to the state, creating more jobs. So I think that was a big draw for many, many people statewide when you're talking about inflation, talking about, households and incomes and things like that.